Hello, Runway DFW viewers and fans and everybody else out there. Hey, we're coming on 30 minutes early because we have a special plane coming in. And so I interrupted my setup so we could get on the air here. It is an Atlas Air 747-400 from the year 1999, and it is reportedly, it's a passenger Atlas Air. This is not a cargo. And it reportedly has in its as its passengers the Baltimore Ravens NFL team coming in, I'm assuming, for a preseason game with the Dallas Cowboys. Now, we've just received word that this plane will not be coming in here on the west side, unfortunately, but we should be able to see it here in just a minute or two. You can see it's windy here today, and so far I have but one camera hooked up. So we are in South Flow today, not North Flow, South Flow. There we go. This plane will be coming in on runway 17 center over there and on the east side. And so we're going to get set up to bring that to you. It's not going to be very big in the viewfinder because unlike this Air Canada jet, which is coming in here on the west side. Oh, by the way, Air Canada is preparing to lock out its flight attendants over a contract dispute. So this could be one of the final Air Canada flights that is incoming here for a bit, unless they get that thing settled. And I think I saw over there the American Airlines, where was it? The, oh no, that wasn't it. I thought there was a, that was one of the American Airlines special liveries. Okay, we're gonna swing around. And I'm sorry for it. We don't have any music. We don't have any. We only have one camera, which is why I keep going back to this. But we're gonna keep our eyes. Oops. Gonna keep our eyes on the northern skies as this plane comes in. I believe it's from Baltimore Washington International Airport. Let's see, yes. If you're looking for it, and this isn't it either. If you're looking for it, it's flight Atlas Air flight 8054. And Atlas Air has a number, in fact, I read an article about this earlier this week. Atlas Air has several passenger 747s that it uses for chartering. And I want to thank Angela Smith, our great channel member and friend of the channel, who alerted me to this as soon as she saw me setting up. She said, "Are you aware of this Atlas Air coming in?" I said, "No." So let me get the focus set on this. So we're just going to keep it pointed in this direction until I see it. I think I do see it now. If only I could see my viewfinder. Should be there somewhere. Hang on. That's not it. It should be down here. There it is. Okay. Now we've got it. I think. Is that it? Doesn't look like an Atlas Air. Don't think that's it. Alright, let me go back here. There it is. Okay. Alright, so what we're looking at is an Atlas Air 747-400, if you're just joining us. Surprise to me. And again, we thank our plane spotting pal Angela Smith for alerting us to this. Regrettably, it's not coming in here on the west side, but we'll get a little better look at it just before it actually touches down. We won't be able to see it landing. And what we have in store for you after this lands is me setting up the rest of our stuff. So there'll be, I guess we'll stay on the air, but we'll feature a musical interlude while I set up, kind of a pre-show chat extravaganza, I guess. But this is very unusual. I don't believe I've ever seen the passenger version of an Atlas Air in real life. A few obstructions to clear here. We should have a clear shot from here. Well, after it goes through these poles, I think we'll have a clear shot. There it is. Okay. So a 20th century plane. Can't give it a salute because we don't have our soundboard hooked up yet. But yeah, it's been a while since. We rarely see passenger 747s here unless they've been redirected from another airport for weather or other reasons. May be able to get a glimpse of its tail here as it goes. There it is. Well, that's about all of it we're going to see. I suspect that it will find a place to deplane over on the west, over on the east side. Well, I didn't get here. I got here like less than 30 minutes ago, so it's very unusual for me to be able to get on the air that quickly. Joseph Clearwater saying hello from Terre Haute, Indiana, back on his channel members. Thank you to you, Joey. Chuck TXK from Texarkana says, I've ridden on an Atlas Air 747 to Kuwait. And Loopy says 747 are sometimes used as football charters here in the UK. Beaker and Honeydew, our channel moderator, one of our moderators, saying landing was butter. Yes, we did see a 747, or at least the Air Force version of the 707 last year when President Trump landed here. That came in on the west side, which was nice. Well, okay, so it's about 8 after the hour. I'm going to try to pipe in some music while I set up the rest of our gear. As I said, I only have one camera in use right now, and normally we have 3 or 4. Oh, look at that. That's one of my favorite liveries. That is the American Airlines Heritage livery with the red, white, and blue stripes. I hate to not be able to follow this along, but I really got to set up for everything, so I'm just going to kind of leave it here parked on the East Tower shot while I get everything else arranged. And so there'll be planes coming in and out of that shot, and I'll be able to give you a little more variety of views as soon as I get some more gear set up. So stand by. Alert the affiliates. We were on a little early today. If you missed it, you can go back and replay the arrival of the Atlas Air 747-400 passenger jet here on runway DFW. Let me put in our usual information on the screen so you know what you're looking at. So just to identify us, it's runway DFW here at DFW International Airport. I'm so glad you found us. I guess you're lucky that you tuned in a little early to see this special arrival, and we're going to put our standby crawl in here, and we'll put the clock up there in the upper left-hand corner. My goal is to be all set up by 7:30, which gives me 19 minutes to set up the rest of the stuff. So we'll see how it goes, and we'll get some music on here very quickly. And so thank you for watching, and we'll be back with our regular broadcast in just a few minutes.
Live on YouTube, it's Runway DFW.
right, a word of explanation to you. You're watching Runway DFW, live and direct from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. This is the time when we normally start broadcasting, but because we had a special visitor about a half hour ago, I really raced to set up so we could bring that to you live, and now I've got to make up for all the time I lost getting that rush broadcast on the air. So I'm still probably about 10 minutes away from getting everything all squared away here, so I hope you don't mind chilling out while we watch the planes go by over on here on the, let me turn this, make this go a little further this way so you can see the planes lining up to take off. But I'll be back with you in about 10 minutes with our regular Runway DFW broadcast, so please stand by, and thank you for your patience.
From Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, this is Runway DFW in color.
Well, we were early and then we became a little late. So thank you for hanging around with us for the festivities to begin here at DFW International Airport. It's Walt here, and we're finally ready to go. Well, there was a lot to set up. We got one camera set up, and we got our connection to the internet in order to bring you the Atlas Air Passenger 747-400 right at little after 7 p.m. Central Time. So about a half hour, a little more than that ago. So we got all that set up, and then had to set the rest of the stuff up that I normally set up. So normally, I got here at about 6:40 for a 7:30 start, so I had about 50 minutes to work with. Anyway, that was my problem. Your problem, well, you don't have a problem now because you're here with us. We're going to have fun, and we're going to watch some planes come and go. So I thank you for that, and let's get going. Let's see what's going on. Well, first of all, I thank our moderators who are here. I see Beaker and Honeydew. I see Anna the Dispatcher. And if I've missed anybody, I haven't been looking at the chat here. Alice Mabel, who's a channel member, says morning. It was awesome to see you in the Only Planes Network chat yesterday. Yes, Only Planes Network is one of our channel members, and I like to check them out whenever I can, even without being a member. And so it was good to see you and everybody there. Almaza says, hello, Walt. I can do the call-outs today because I'm watching Dallas-Fort Worth Airport on Flight Radar 24. Well, we'll see if our friend, I think is BH, checks in. But yeah, you're free to do that. Thank you for that. Stingray wants to know, since I started 45 minutes late, does that mean you'll stay 45 minutes past the scheduled end time? I'm teasing. It's nice to see you again. We usually stay late anyway because things go late. We are normally here until about midnight Central Time, at least midnight packing up. You can see that we've got a couple of nice MD-11s waiting to be looked at. And in the meantime, we will see some arrivals and departures. We're in South Flow today, unlike the last time we were here on Tuesday. That plane was flight 1770 from Fresno, California, 737-800. Farida Bet says the Atlas Air was for Baltimore Ravens charter for their game on Saturday here against the Cowboys. So yeah, that was why that plane came in. Shane, did you see that 747-8 landing that the engine hit the runway? I haven't seen that. We came close to it last week with a Cargo Lux plane coming in. So here's our setup here at Founders Plaza. Everything is all ready to go. Dale Helton, channel member. Hello, Walt and moderation family. Hello to you. Lello, one of our friends of the channel, says this stream has an extra positive atmosphere, so worthy of recommendation for so many reasons. Thank you, Lello. Appreciate that. Well, I chalk all that up, or a lot of that up, most of that up, to our great moderation crew. They keep it very friendly here. As we look at American Flight 2698 going to Albuquerque, New Mexico, it's a 737-800. Getting ready to take off. And I'm setting up our secondary camera here, so There you see a Spirit aircraft. I think that's the first one we've seen. I know they've flown in and out of here since then, but we didn't see any on Monday. I'm sorry, on Tuesday when we were here. Spirit, as you might know, has given a very sour-sounding economic outlook. And there are some real concerns. Well, the airline itself says it has some real concerns about whether it can be an ongoing concern.
Sorry.
That's right.
Taking your advice, catch you by the eye. Paul Zaroba.
Oh, Paul, so nice to see you.
The show, it's great.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Brought you a snack. We're just coming back from dinner.
Oh wow, well, I'll take one. I don't need too much here.
Okay.
But thank you.
I was going to stop get you a Slurpee.
That's okay. I got water is good.
You're technically, man. Every time I come here, I can't pick up your audio.
You what?
I got you on YouTube on my iPhone.
Yeah.
But I don't get audio.
Really?
I get home, it's fine.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. There are some times when we don't have audio, but usually I get it fixed right away.
So anyway, thank you. Really enjoyed the show.
Paul, nice seeing you.
And don't say
Thank you. Well, we're saying hello to Paul Zaroba here, one of our, he is I can't remember if he's a member or not, but I know he's a subscriber to the channel. Well, let's see, where is this going, you might ask? It's going to Las Vegas, an Airbus A321. We'll have to check the weather conditions here soon. There was a threat of rain, but I believe we're clear of that. Sundown tonight, 8:14 Central Time. So we're just about 20 minutes away from 25 minutes away. Antonio Sabatini says, greetings all. Looks like a great evening at DFW. Bit windy. Says here, wind out of the south at 8 miles an hour, but I'm guessing, let me see what the METAR says. As we look at a Sun Country plane making its arrival. Attention all Tide Pods. See some birds out there. I don't know if they're in the flight path though. It's like 2886 from... That's not what we're looking at. That was flight 8258 coming in from Allentown. Allentown? I wonder if that's a charter on Sun Country. Allentown, Pennsylvania. I don't believe, unless they've added a route, I don't know that that's a regular route. Remember, what is the wind direction? I believe we just answered. I'm going to get the lowdown from the METAR here. Well, first of all, it's 95 degrees Fahrenheit, 35 degrees Celsius. Wind out of the south at 13 knots, 15 miles an hour. And thank you, Anna, the dispatcher, for answering that question on my behalf. And thank you, Emre, for that $2 super chat. So Almaza is doing some call outs for us on the planes that we see. Thank you, Almaza. I may try to get our friend Cloudy over here. She, as you may know, she just came back first class on the big Qantas A380. And so it'd be nice to talk to her about that if she's up to it. American Flight 3470 is on the arrival. American Eagle 3470 coming in from Houston Hobby Airport. And we, while we're at it here, there you can see from a distance the construction of the new Terminal F. We talked about this, we've talked about this rather continuously, but the DFW Airport has been kind enough to provide us with some footage of the construction. And what they do is they build this in modules, huge modules. Let me go back here. And then they move them over here at night. So here's what it looks like. See that gigantic thing? They and this is their editing here. They put this all together. But there it is. It's this gigantic terminal in gigantic sections. They move it at night with these big tractor things, and then they set it down on the pads that have been pre-constructed. And so look, it almost looks like it's ready to welcome aircraft. It's crazy. And so, yeah, there's a lot of work left to do, and it's still, the news release said it's still due to open in 2027. But there it is, and now in the daytime there you see it all assembled, all the parts. And when this terminal is finished, Terminal F, it'll be all American Airlines. It'll have 31 gates when finished. I think they're going to open it before it's got all those gates involved. And there is what it will look like, at least as far as an architectural rendering. And so we have that to look forward to in the year 2027. Terminal F, just south of Terminal D. Emery Urchis, did we answer that? The wind direction is coming out of the south. Yes, I think we did. 757 Chip says, I saw the Solar Impulse 2 in 2016 at Allentown when it laid over there on its round trip around the world. I caught it at night during a test flight. I did some consulting on that project. Really? You'll have to talk about that with us next time you come here. That sounds fascinating. Here goes flight 1972. It's American Airlines going to Los Angeles. It's a 777-200. And it dates back to the year 2001. Some would call it 2001. Off she goes to the City of Angels. Jeff in Mass 1, thank you for running that terminal module video. I had seen it before, nice to see it again. And Beaker and Honeydew, noting that it's the golden hour here at the big airport. Everything looks better in the golden hour, even me. And that's hard to do. American Flight 2709 to Palm Springs is an Airbus A321neo, and that is what you are seeing right there on your screen. It well, I think whatever Mitar said the wind was, it's blowing a little harder now as we approach sunset. American 364 to Salt Lake City, a MAX 8 is headed out. Give you a little fair warning here. Runway DFW is going to be taking a mental health break next week. I have a full-time job, 9 to 5, actually a 9:30 to 6:30 kind of job, full-time, and then I do this for usually 3 times a week, about 4 hours at a time. So I just need a little bit of time off. And so we're going to take next week off. We will not be here on Saturday. We will not be here next Tuesday or Thursday. And we will not be here a week from Saturday. So I hope you can understand. I hope you'll come back and see us when we do come back. And I'm thinking about changing around our schedule for our nighttime shows, because the Qantas A380 does not come here to DFW on a daily basis yet. That won't happen until we get to 2026. So on Tuesdays and Thursdays, those are not days that the A380 is on the Qantas route from Sydney. I know. So what we're going to do is, I think, at least change up one of our nights. I haven't decided which one, or if we're just going to do Monday and Wednesday, or Wednesday and Friday. I'm not sure yet. What you're looking at there is UPS flight 751. It is going to Louisville, or Louisville. It is an MD-11, as you can see, a tri-jet. But you can only see one of the engines there. And it's one of their older ones, as we will delineate now in song.
1991.
So 33-year-old plane be celebrating its 34th anniversary next month. And again, we're not going to see these forever, so we like to focus in on these. Emery Urchis with a $2 super chat. Thank you again, Emery. A 777 Flight 81 from London Heathrow just landed. I suspect it was on the east side, because I think I would have noticed if it was over here. So unfortunately, we can't get to all the planes. We will get to a 777 coming in now. This one from Los Angeles. Flight 9748, a 777-200. And because of the high flight number, I'm suspecting it may be an aircraft that is making a special trip that is may not have any passengers on it. We will be able to see that after it lands. We'll see if it turns right towards the hangar area. Then it may have been a ferry flight. Let's see what it does here. Well, it's turning towards the terminals. Now, American does have some hangar facilities on the east side as well. So we'll see where this goes.
Good to see you.
Yeah, I was gonna turn this down. Didn't have my monitor turned on, or my microphone turned on. That plane came in from Kansas City that we just saw, yes. And we see down there, making the turn, the Iberia A330. Which came in over on the east side from Madrid. So we've also got our, oh, look at that. What's that? Oh, what was that? Is that some kind of a Star Wars livery? That was Alaska Airlines, the UNCF livery. I think I've only seen that in passing once. Terry M. with a good evening from West Michigan. Hello to you. And there's Game Boy with that information about that plane. That American plane that came in, well, no, that's not it. I see O'Malley there. He's one of our channel members and moderators. Hello, O'Malley. And I see Michael Flannery here, also a mod. Kai, a mod, is here with us tonight. Lester Graber, checking in from Roanoke, Texas. And we have what looks to be bad news for our MD-11 spotters, because this jet just made the turn, which puts it on a trajectory to most likely go over to the east side for taking off. There's Kai, hello to you. And O'Malley, thank you. Once again, we will be, Runway DFW will be dark next week for the Runway DFW mental health break. But don't worry, we'll be back. And if you are a member of the channel, there may be something special we will do for you next week while we're on that break. So if you are a member of the channel, I hope you will keep your notifications engaged. Jeff and Mass 1, did I hear that America's trying to unload its A320s? No more retros if that happens, except for the Boeing 737 retros. I have not heard that. It seems like it wouldn't be, I don't know, I think they would need those planes for, or they'd have to get a replacement for them. Where are they going to find those? So that's interesting. I hadn't seen that. Keep an eye out for that kind of news. I don't know. I mean, there are, well, most of the American A320s are quite old, or at least a lot of them are. And I did read recently that they were working to upgrade those cabins on their A320 fleet. So I don't know. I don't know what to think. Kevin wants to know if I can catch American Flight 80 on the east side.
Zulu Charlie depart, Mark 655. Good day.
Well, it is about to take off, so I think we can. I think we can do that. So what we'll do is we'll go wide in an area where we hope that we can see it take off. We can't see the planes taking off from the east side, but we can look at them as they rise into the sky from behind the terminal buildings. So we'll give that a shot. And it hasn't yet. It's on. It seems to be on runway 17 right for takeoff. Has not yet started. It's not yet made its move, but it's about ready to. Joe Artis says, when is Qantas A380 passing again? Well, the Qantas A380 comes in on days that we're not here except for Saturday. We won't be here this Saturday or the next Saturday. So the next time we will see it on Runway DFW is going to be probably, it will be the week after next, and again we may be switching our broadcast from Tuesday and Thursday to other days of the week, because Tuesday and Thursday are days that the A380 does not come here currently. Okay, well, we should be seeing the 777 head out to London here, flight 80. That is not it there.
Tower American 970, 670, 3000, coming up on Lake Ray for 18 right, and we're going to hangar 10.
We do have a wide body coming in. So but this is flight 80 going to London. 777-300 ER. So tally-ho. Let's see what's happening with this young lady here. Now our fervent hope would be that it would make a right turn and take right off on runway 18 right, but I don't think that is the plan here tonight. So our 3-engined friend is headed over the bridge to the east side.
Okay, we're switching. Have a good night. 136-188.
So Jeff in Mass says, FYI, the Airbus A321neo and the upcoming A321 XLR is what American will be transitioning to by 2029. Hobbyman ZXC says the skies are very hazy. It's great seeing the Cedar Hill radio towers, which, yeah, we can see those tonight. I think. Yeah. Yeah, we can see them. We'll be able to see them a little more distinctly as it gets darker. But there they are, flickering in the twilight. Jeff in Mass 1 says those A320s, particularly those inherited from U.S. Airways, are aging, with most exceeding 22 years of service. John Mock, and this is a question a lot of people ask, you'd think UPS would take off closer to their terminal to save fuel. Well, the fact is, it's not up to them. It is up to the air traffic controllers. And as the planes take off, they have to fit into a pattern of all the airplanes in the sky. So air traffic control tells it what to do. Now we've got another big plane coming in.
Cross 18 left and cross 18 right, you depart on 1 minute 029.
50 Kilo park with you, American 9786, have a good day.
So that was American Flight 9786 coming in from Los Angeles, and it is apparently a ferry flight. It's turning towards the terminal, towards the hangar area here for American Airlines here on the west side. a 777-200 ER.
1999.
Celebrated 26 years in service as of last month.
Tower America 2115, big short Wi-Fi. 2115, let's go left.
We welcome Mina P. as a twin jet member of Runway DFW. Thank you, Mina. We missed this super chat from Emre. United Jet taxiing is headed to SFO, and I think we saw that out of the corner of our... I saw that out of the corner of my eye, but there was something else going on at the time. So much appreciation for your very kind super chats. So yeah, this plane coming in from Los Angeles and not carrying apparently any passengers. And that happens when an airline has to move aircraft around. Sometimes it has to do with a maintenance thing. We don't know. It may be time for this plane's maintenance check, and so was ineligible to fly passengers. We don't know. Thanks to Patrick Erdman for a $2 super chat. Thank you, Patrick. Gary Shepard says American, as well as many other longtime Boeing customers, are now able to expedite the replacement and upgrades schedule as Boeing's construction restrictions have been somewhat relaxed. Got a very beautiful cloud in the sky to the east of us. No reason to take a picture of it other than the fact that it's kind of a cool color. Hobbyman ZXC loves the radio jingles. Thank you. I love them too. I'm kind of a repressed disc jockey. Lelo, vibes here is just so positive, aren't they? Gotta leave early now. Lucky peeps, you who get to stay. Thank you, Walton Chat. Lelo, thanks so much for hanging out with us once again. Always good seeing you here. Here goes an E-Jet. That is off to Grand Junction. We are instead, I think, going to focus on Flight 2115 coming in from Miami. It'll be a... we'll have to check on that. An Airbus A321 arriving and taking off there into the evening sky. American Eagle 40208. Is that the one to Grand Junction? Yes. Raina Taylor is waiting. I'm sorry to make you wait, Raina. She, of course, is the official equestrian champion of Runway DFW. Thank you, Raina. So good to see you. There goes that MD-11. Did you see that there? Let's watch this go up in the sky. There it goes. Off to Louisville. Three is greater than 2. So we still have one MD-11 in the house tonight. Chances are it is also going to Louisville. Kind of vaguely see a smoke trail there, can you not? At least I can on my screen here. Or maybe my screen is just dirty, I'm not sure. Tom Bechtel, channel member, with a good evening to everybody. Hello to you, Tom. Boatstone, anyone know if we saw Finnair so far? I don't think so. I think we miss that flight. I think it departs sooner than we go on the air. Here's our first of what I assume will be many. Martinair Super Cargo Master flights. Jeffy DH indicates that I must see the footage of that 747 crash landing last night. Yeah, I'm looking at news all day long, and I did not see anything about that. That just shows you how much news there is every day. Peek in on that MD-11 cargo door there. A couple of workers securing the goods. The bottom half of that shot is blocked by a wall, so that's why it looks like that.
We're going to need a couple minutes for the flight attendants on board 37. Whiskey Fox, hold short 111 on board.
So Raina Taylor, who we were just talking about there a moment ago, said she had sent me a photograph. And she did indeed send me a photograph. And there it is. That is Raina at the Palomino World Show And that's her getting a big award. Lots of happy folks there, so thank you for sharing that, Raina. Much appreciated. That's why you're a champion. Kevin says Singapore cargo flight from, does he say where it's from? No, but 747-400, be here at 9:27. That's about a little more than an hour from now. So stick around with us. We've got us an E-Jet coming in. American Eagle, and I think you can see there in the distance the Qantas Streamliner headed to Terminal D to pick up passengers. Plane that just came in was from Monterrey, Mexico, flight 3889 American Eagle. So there is the Flying Roo, or one of the many Flying Roos. And we should be seeing that take off around 11 o'clock Central Time. And there in the background, again, that is the new Terminal F under construction. It's really beginning to look like a terminal already, isn't it? Magoo Manor says, Walt, did you say you were a frustrated DJ? I'm actually literally a terrestrial radio DJ in Houston. That is so cool. I know the business has changed a lot since I had ambitions for that. Unfortunately, not for the better. You can see this Qantas flight is being tugged over to Terminal D. And I say that just because of so much consolidation in the broadcast radio industry here in the U.S. anyway. Big companies seem to own, 5 or 10 stations in each market. And, they're all working out of the same offices. And so there's not quite as much diversity as there was at one time in the radio business here in the USA. And, even small town stations, which used to do a lot of local programming, are now just hooked up to satellites, and they might do a sporting event every now and again, but it's kind of sad. All right, we have a UPS 767 coming in to see us here, right in front of us. This is flight 773, came in from Houston Intercontinental Airport over on the east side. Well, Houston Intercontinental Airport isn't on the east side of DFW, but that's where it landed. In fact, it landed 18 minutes ago. And it's taken that long to get over here to the UPS facility. The good thing about radio is that kind of like what we're doing here with television is you can have your own radio station with very little overhead involved. Of course, then you've got to find an audience. And it's a long road.
Okay, we're going to take Golf 8, foot across 1 left, Fox Delta, and 5 on top, American 24, 6, copy that.
Oh, they've turned on the lights. Kevin informing us that it's time that we do something like this.
This is Runway DFW After Dark.
Well, thank you so much, Warren. We will change out our meatball there and say hello. Runway DFW After Dark. It's 8:37 Central Time. And we are, if you're just joining us, welcome, first of all. I was looking at our statistics the other day, and we see a lot of new people every time we come on the air. People find us who hadn't seen us before. So if you're new, welcome. Glad you were able to find us, and I hope you'll come back again if you like what you see. And I always like seeing a 757, so that's what we're looking at over here. It's flight 753. This will be going to Chicago Rockford International Airport, and because it's facing tails out to us, it's looking like it's going to be an east side departure. Emery, you're just with another $2 super chat. Who sent that? When was that, Emery? Well, several minutes ago, I think. He's saying us, well, thank you first of all for that very kind super chat. Said an American plane from Houston Intercontinental is about to land. And have I missed that? Yes, I did. So, but to honor his super chat, let me see if I can find it on the runway, on the taxiway here. So that is it. Thank you again, Emery. Flight 1865 coming in from Houston, an Airbus A321. It's an Airbus A321 coming in from Phoenix, Arizona, flight 2210, American Airlines. Gary Shepard sounding off. My secret wish list would include the creation of the 757 MAX program. That would be pretty cool. I wonder if Boeing even still has the tooling available, or if it just have to start from scratch. Oh, Magoo Manor, thank you for that $2 super chat. And always good to make a connection there with someone in the radio biz. Sarah Deal, the real deal. I had a friend that was a DJ on a Boston station and invited me to do a 20-second segment for the week. I performed a skit, which was a lot of fun. We learned something new about Sarah here. We know she's an avid plane spotter, friend of this channel, but had no idea she was a radio personality. Oh, and Anna the Dispatcher. Big news, Ascending Dragon 1's debut novel is almost ready for publishing. And Ascending Dragon 1 is Anna's husband. So keep us posted on that. Metalbirds Aviation, I love 757s. Got to meet Metalbirds Aviation. He's another streamer here at DFW Airport. He's been doing, I don't know for how long, but he does great pre-recorded videos, really smooth and colorful and really top-notch. And he's been started doing live broadcasting. So be on the lookout for Metalbirds Aviation. We've got some emergency vehicles headed out, more than one. Looks like an ambulance taking the lead, followed by a fire truck. Not a crash truck, I don't think, just a fire truck. So this is the standard response to a call for help, usually a medical issue of some sort, or maybe an injury. But it is not indicative of any kind of a plane accident. Sometimes they have to respond to a plane that's come in with a passenger who is ill, or it could just be somebody in the terminal or in a garage who's not feeling well. Making the turn is American Flight 2349. It's going to Sacramento, California. It's an Airbus A321. Another A321 coming in from Los Angeles. That's American Airlines Flight 2038. Anna the Dispatcher with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Anna. Anna's also a Quadjet member. So she's talking about her husband's book, an aviation adventure / romance. I'll send you the cover soon so you can show it to everyone. I'd be happy to help be the official online publicist for your husband's book. That's really cool. So that's 757 there. So our plan tonight here is to be with you through the 11 o'clock hour Central Time. And that's when we see the big four: Qantas, Qatar, Cathay Pacific, and Fiji. Here comes United.
Coyote here, just the 18 right now, running northbound.
That's 737-800 coming in from Denver, Colorado, flight 1565. A 21-year-old 737. Hello, just saying hello to you. It's kind of dark where we are. We're set up a little away from where we normally have been at night. to get a little better look at the planes as they come in without as many obstructions. But because of that, we're in not as much natural light here. So I mean, what you're seeing of me is the light reflecting from our computer screen here, I think. Mars says, can you give us some insight to the transmission towers to the right, south of the departure end of the runways? Tons of blinking red lights. Well, we can do that. We've discussed this before. In fact, I think somebody was mentioning them earlier in the broadcast. But here we go. This is a place called Cedar Hill. It's about 24 miles from where we are, where all those towers are blinking. They look deceptively close, don't they? But yeah, it's more than 20 miles from here. And that is where the not all, but most of the local broadcasters transmit their FM and TV signals from. And they do that because it's, I think, one of the highest natural points. We don't have much terrain in this part of the world, but if you're going to put up an antenna, you want to put it up somewhere where it can have a little bit of a height advantage over other terrain. So that's pretty much the highest spot around here. So that's why that is there where it is. But no worries about planes crashing into them because they're very far away from here. And the telephoto lens makes it look like it's closer than it is. American Flight 2499 coming in from Chicago O'Hare. This is going to be one of your A321s.
Left, line away, American 2368.
Here comes 14-068.
We'd like to say thank you to Bullet 850, who's now been a Twinjet member for 7 months, greeting us from hot and steamy South Dakota. Glad to have you on board with us tonight. It's American Flight 2368. Who do we appreciate? It's going to Austin, Texas. It's an Airbus A320. And that is a turn-of-the-century plane from the year 2000.
Have a good night.
Let me check the conditions again here. Wind 13 knots, 15 miles an hour now. 24 kilometers an hour. Down to 93 degrees Fahrenheit, 34 degrees Celsius. Jeff in Mass with a 757 super chat. Thank you for those kind words and for your contribution to our efforts. It's like 2707 to Austin, Texas, a 737-800. Was our last plane going to Austin as well? Or did I hallucinate? Yeah, that was a 2 in a row to Houston. The first one was an Airbus A320. That was a 737-800. Well, hello. Good to see you again.
Can we pause up here? We've got to get our weight balance.
American 1657 coming in from Los Angeles. It's an Airbus A321. Next on runway DFW, don't you know?
Alright, Laren, 18 left, clear for takeoff.
Be here in just a sec. Mohammed Sobi with a 100 in Egyptian currency, I think that is. Keep it up. Thank you so much, Mohammed. Now coming into focus. There it is. Flight from Los Angeles.
Call departure, runway 3611.
Scott Randon says, good evening. Thank you for all you do. Appreciate the plane spotting. It's my pleasure. I really like doing this. Hope you can tell.
I'll have the Laren 111, clear for takeoff, American 1798.
Q Braun says, I am out in Cedar Hill. A couple of planes have hit those towers. I remember when a Navy F-4 Phantom back in the early 80s hit a guy line and it crashed toward Duncanville in thick fog. And yes, one of those towers it hit belonged to the station I worked for at the time, WFAA. I think also it was shared by another station, KDFW. I think it still is. And yeah, I think we had to go on backup transmitter for a while until we got a settlement from the U.S. government to pay for all that.
1859.1.
Martinair just coming into view. I'm guessing a Super Cargo Master. They have more than one type of aircraft, but that was a Super Cargo Master coming in from Tyler, Texas. Landed 12 minutes ago, so it had a lot of taxiing to do.
On up to Laren, 18 left, clear for takeoff, envoy 3621.
Bob Houston or Huston says, hello, dumb question from Arlington, but when we're outside, we are consumed by mosquitoes. How do you avoid the need for transfusions? Well, I did, I'm suffering from when we were here on Tuesday, I did get bitten up quite a bit on my legs. It doesn't seem so bad tonight. I do have some emergency off in the car if it becomes really bad. Alpine 7163. I used to work line service on the tarmac at DFW for one of the cargo airlines. Loved that job. And Vedant Pathak. Hope I didn't mess that up too badly. Good evening, Mr. Waltz. Always great to see you in action. Thank you. Let's see, how are we doing on this other MD-11? Well, we still can only see half of it, but the cargo door is still agape. Wendy Will, little Cessna Supercargo Master seem to be running tonight. Well, the Martin Air, which is the company that operates those, feeds into and out of the UPS facility. I believe they have some kind of an arrangement there. A Frontier plane over there. Flight 3999 going to San Francisco. That's an Airbus A320. And on the tail, I believe it's an animal with horns. Let's see. Lone Star, the Longhorn Steer. Well, that's appropriate enough for being here in Texas. Tyson Price, thank you for joining up as a quad jet member of Runway DFW. I really appreciate that. Sasso 792, my son is a captain on flight 2417, getting ready to depart to Mexico City. I think it just went through our shot there. There's the tail of it. We'll get a better look at that now. Always like to accommodate our viewers when we can, especially if they have a loved one on board. And once again, this is going to Mexico City. A skillful takeoff, if I've ever seen one.
Left weight 18 left, American 567.
Well, you can just refer your son to what about 8:58 on the clock in the corner of the screen. You can look at it for himself.
I'm really unsure, so I was hoping you do.
Tyson Price with a $4.27 super chat. You can buy donuts and chocolate milk with this. Not much of a chocolate milk guy. I mean, thank you for that. Don't worry, I'll find something to do with that. Probably will have to do with coffee. Thank you. Wesley Fawcett says, I know it's hard to see at night, but what do you think about the new Terminal F that's going up on the southwest end of the airport? Well, we did talk about that earlier in the show. We had a little handout footage from the airport showing what goes into this Terminal F. They actually built it, not on site, elsewhere at the airport. And then they move it over these gigantic sections of building at night when, there's not as many, in the middle of the night. And they actually put it down on these pads that they've already installed, and voila, you got a terminal. and they just butt these modules up against each other, and it makes for very efficient construction. And it's, you know, look at that. I mean, it's looking like an airport already, an airport terminal. So there it is, and here's a look at it in the daytime. And yeah, it's not opening until the year 2027. At least that's what they say. I mean, it looks like it'll be ready next week at this point, but and that's what it's going to look like when it's finished. All American Airlines gates at Terminal F. No other airlines will be using this terminal because of an agreement the airline reached with the airport. And what else? It is, it'll have 31 gates when it's finished. I believe they'll open it before all 31 are ready to go. But yeah, a look at the future of DFW Airport. Terminal F will become the 6th terminal here at the airport. Arriving from the Big Easy of New Orleans, we've got Spirit Flight 8814. It's an Airbus A320neo. And we also discussed earlier the current financial situation of Spirit Airlines, which earlier this week, I think we got to go around. That this plane apparently a little too close to the incoming Spirit flight, so this one's going around.
Cleared land 189, range 1711.
$737-800 coming in from Kansas City. Can't see the flight number right now. 2100, I believe, is the flight number. So it'll do the old spinaroo here and come on back and see us. A little extra sightseeing time for the window passengers.
RNF Laird 18 left, group take off on Runway 3541.
Kim wants to know if I can catch FedEx Flight 1201 on the east side. Let me see what we got here. 1201's going to Memphis. It's a 767. I don't know. It's not. It's just now backing up from the terminal, or from the FedEx terminal on the southeast. On the northeast side of the airport. And so I guess it just depends on what's going on when it does come in.
Envoy 3541 over departure, good night. Indian Tower, Delta 2796, visual 18 right.
There's that Longhorn tail again on Frontier. Looks like, where was this going again? To Denver? No, going to San Francisco. So it's going to San Francisco. We've got an American Airlines flight coming in from San Francisco. To be specific, flight 1711. It will be an Airbus A321 here on runway DFW.
Tower Frontier Flight 3999, we're ready to go. Okay, full short wing left at window, Tower Frontier Flight 3999.
A little after 9 o'clock here in the Central Time Zone.
This is Runway DFW After Dark.
And thank you so much, Warren, for that announcement. We are here at DFW Airport. We'll be with you through the 11 o'clock hour.
57, visual runway 18 right.
We've got American Eagle 3811. It shall be coming to us from Oklahoma City, if my information is accurate. It's number 175. I think it's accurate.
Short, 18 left at Whiskey 937.
Yeah, we'll see that here in just a second or two. We're here outstanding in the at Founders Plaza at DFW Airport. Bringing you the planes, having fun talking about them with you. Came on the air early tonight. Normally we come on at 7:30, but tonight we got word that there was an Atlas Air passenger 747-400 coming in from Baltimore with the Baltimore Ravens. It's a charter flight. And so we scrambled to get on the air at right about 7 to bring you that arrival with the one camera that we had set up for it, and then we had to kind of put things on hold so that we could get all the rest of our gear set up. So I think we were about 10 minutes late for our scheduled 7:30 on time.
Ultra 111 Golf A, envoy 38
Here goes this
RNAV Park, clear to go, 18 left.
Frontier flight.
39.
There it is.
Line up and wait. 18 left, American, 1202.
Off to SFO. Anyway, I do wish to alert all of our loyal viewers that we're having a little hiatus next week. I need a little bit of a break from our hectic schedule, but we'll be back the week after next. So we won't have two Saturday shows in a row. This Saturday and the week after that, we will not be broadcasting, and then all next week we will not be broadcasting. So we'll be back the week after that, maybe on a Monday, like a week from Monday, so that we can bring you the Qantas the Qantas A380, which only operates on Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. I think that's what it is. So our Tuesday, Thursday scheme doesn't work out quite that well as far as seeing the Super Jumbo. Now, if you're a member of the channel, I urge you to keep your alerts turned on, because we may have something for members only next week. We don't do a lot of members-only content here, but I think we will next week.
Clear crosswind left, Whiskey Lima, Fox, and Alpha, and over the
Arriving there, flight 757. This irks me. We talk about it all the time. This is flight 757, right? American Airlines, operated by an Airbus A321. Seems like heresy. It's coming in from Seattle. Ron Smith, we'll miss you, Walt, but I'm so glad you're taking time off for yourself and Mrs. Runway DFW. Yes, I have to. Attention must be paid. Wasn't that a movie line once?
That's 9-1 at Whiskey Mike, Delta 27.
Coyote crossing Whiskey Mike, left to right in the grass here in front of Delta.
We appear to have American Flight 303 going to Spokane, Washington. It's a Airbus A321. Patrick Lloyd says, take time off, Walt. You deserve some time off. Thank you so much. And South is nice. We'll miss you, but understand. Well, just don't forget about us. That's all I ask. We'll be back. Just a week. Then we've got a very exciting lineup for you in September. And I keep meaning to make a graphic with this information on it, but I haven't done that yet. But next month, September, starting on September 12th, we've got a bunch of special broadcasting for you here on the channel. Starting in Los Angeles for Cranky Dork Fest weekend. We'll be in Los Angeles on the 12th, 13th, and 14th of December. That's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We'll be doing some live broadcasting from LAX, even though I know there are a number of very skilled live broadcasters there, including our friends Kevin and Rudy at Airline Videos Live. We will endeavor to bring you a live stream at some point on Friday the 12th from LAX after I arrive. Then on Friday night the 12th is the big soiree up on top of the H Hotel, sponsored by NYC Aviation and Airline Videos. So Kevin and Rudy will be doing a live broadcast from their familiar perch. And aviation aficionados from around the world will be gathered to say hello to one another and to hope they get the raffle prizes. They have a lot of great raffle prizes there. So that is a paid event. It's a very reasonable, but I don't know that there's any tickets left. So check NYC Aviation's website for information about that. American Flight 1931 from Phoenix coming in next. So what else can I tell you? So that's the 12th of September. On the 13th of September is the Cranky Dork Fest event, which is a big party on the northeast side of the airport, adjacent to the... It's a little park next to the In-N-Out Burger, which you probably are familiar with if you watch any of the LA streams. Here comes a flight from Phoenix. And if Kevin at Airline Videos does not do a live stream from Cranky Dork Fest, then I will endeavor to do that. It's a great spot. Planes fly right over your head. And a lot of fun, a lot of nice people to see there. So that'll be on the 12th. And then on the 13th, which is that's 13th. And then on the 14th, which is a Sunday, it'll be a busy day. Our intention will be to get up early, do a like a pre-show for Kevin and Rudy. That would be early in the morning, maybe like 7, something like that. as we look at United Flight 1961 to Denver, an Airbus A319.
$19.98.
A 20th century plane. So anyway, on Sunday the 14th, our goal is to give you a little bit of live, our take on LAX ahead of the big Sunday show with Kevin and Rudy. And then, later that night, around midnight, I'm going to get on a plane. Not just any plane, a Boeing 747 Intercontinental, operated by Korean Air, to go to Seoul. And then for the next week, we'll have some content for you from Seoul. We'll have 2 nights, or 2 days, well, actually 3 days. The day I get there, which I think is Wednesday? No, Tuesday. Get there on Tuesday. Hope to do some broadcasting from Incheon International Airport that day, the next day, and then the next morning before I have to check out. And then we'll be moving our base of operations over to Seoul itself, which is about a 45-minute, hour-long train ride. We may do a broadcast from Gimpo Airport as we tried last year. And we may, and I'm sure we'll be doing more of our at-large broadcasting from around points of interest in Seoul. So I hope you can join us for all that here on Runway DFW. So that's my way of saying that even though I'm going to take a little mental health break next week, we've got to have a very busy September coming up. Morgan McNeely says that go-around we saw a few minutes ago landed on 13 right. And that is a runway out of our sight. It was like 2100. And I don't know if we can see that. It's going to be kind of hard to see.
Runway 18 left, line of point only, 3990.
Technically, it should be in our view here somewhere. This is 737-800. Came in from Kansas City. It appeared as though it was a little too close to the Spirit Airlines plane, which came in just before it. And so I believe it was the pilot who elected to go around. Okay, there's the aircraft we saw coming in from, what we saw going around. So there it is, proof that it has safely landed and is headed to the terminal for deplaning. Douglas W. McDonald says plane spotting from the DMZ. Now, DMZ, the demilitarized zone between the Koreas, north and south. And actually, last year we did go to the DMZ from an observation tower overlooking North Korea. And we had it was a very long walk. We had to carry our equipment up this just incredibly tall stairway. I guess it had some ramps, but there was no elevator, at least not that we encountered. But it was worth it. We were able to get a signal from up there. It wasn't the best in the world, but we had a little bit of technical problems, but I had my son there who's an expert on North Korea. He lives and works in North Korea for an online publication which specializes in North Korean news. So he was there to give us some insight into what we were looking at. And that, of course, is available here on our Runway DFW channel if you want to look back at that. I don't know that we'll be going to the DMZ this year, but I got some other ideas. There's the East Tower. On the left, on the right, that green building is the Bank of America Tower in downtown Dallas.
Arnett to Laren, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 27-1.
There goes a CRJ. And it's touching down from Wichita, Kansas, CRJ 900. Turn our attention over to the west here as we see the familiar silhouette of an MD-11. This one hasn't yet quite made it to the radar yet, but it's in the process of backing out.
Departure American 2071.
Thanks to O'Malley, Singapore Airlines Cargo, 5 minutes out. It's coming in from Anchorage. It'll be a 747 400. South is nice. What is the difference between the different levels of subscription? Well, there's only one level of subscription on Runway DFW. In fact, on all YouTube, you can either subscribe or not subscribe. Subscription is free, and it only really means that you're, kind of indicates that you're a fan of the channel. Lets YouTube know that you like what you're seeing and would recommend it to others. Now, there's memberships also. We have 3 levels of membership: Twin Jet, Tri-Jet, and Quad Jet. And I think the pricing goes $199, $499, and $999 a month. And of course, that's optional. That's purely optional. We have very little members-only content, although, as I said, I hope to have some next week for our members as a special treat for them. Hey, here's Paul's robot. Just got home recently. Pleasure meeting you in person. Don't let that chocolate candy melt in the heat. Oh, don't worry.
20 left, line up away at American 1768.
It's staying cool right here. In fact, I put it in my cooler. So thank you for that, Paul. Space Needle, or you may know her as Maitland Dressler. Hello. Federation, Moderation, and everyone. Or Moderation Federation. Boatstone likes the cover picture for tonight's stream. Well, thank you for that. That's kind of a montage, really. But that is a Qantas Dreamliner we saw on Tuesday taking off into the night sky, although it's been superimposed over a star field.
Alright, Blair, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 1768.
But thanks for saying that. It got the seal of approval from Mrs. Runway DFW, so that's what I always like to see. All right, so we've got a MD-11 on the move. Flight 765. This will be going also to Louisville, as did the last one we saw.
$19.95.
Arnett B Park, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 29.
So if it makes a hard right here, then It will be headed over to the east side, chances are, as the last one was. So let's see what happens. Waiting for it to jog. Don't forget, west side is the best side. Well, looks like we will not be getting our wish. So another east side departure for the trip, the tri-jet. Oh, hey, it's Greg. With a good evening. Hello to you. Philip Zoko says hello. BDL says hi. That is the Connecticut airport. Outside New York City. Windsor Locks, Bradley International Airport.
Departure Phoenix X-1 FT.
RNAS depart, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 2522.
Matt Simmons got a buddy flying in from Dulles to DFW tomorrow on American Airlines. I hope they have a good trip. Josh Elkins, one of our channel members, saying hello from Huntsville, Alabama. And I think we're about ready to see the 747. So let's draw a bead on that. It's about 30-45 seconds away from our view. Matt Simmons saying hello from Virginia Beach. M. Mick says hello from G-Town in the Metroplex. Wendy Will, with an interpretation. It felt like that UPS 765 turned its back on us and flipped its hair while stomping off to the east side. I'm taking it kind of personal like. That's funny. Interpretive plane spotting by Wendy. All right, we're going to switch over to camera 1 now. Where momentarily we will be seeing the Singapore Airlines Cargo 747. 400.
Cross 18 left.
Arriving from Anchorage.
Hold short 18 right, onboard local 073.
Cross 18 left 62 is on the side onboard production.
Tower runway 3607, visual 1 right.
Runway local 073, it's on a 5-mile final left Zulu, cross 20 right, taxi via Charlie to the ramp.
Cross 20 right, Charlie to the ramp for onboard local 073.
That's the second 747-400 we've seen tonight. Of course, we went on the air early at 7 o'clock tonight to bring you the arrival of an Atlas Air passenger 747-400 charter being operated on behalf of the Baltimore Ravens football team, which is coming in here for a game against the Cowboys. I think they're still in preseason. I'm not a football guy, as you might be able to tell. Our FedEx flight, our daily FedEx flight, or nightly FedEx flight that comes in from Alliance Airport in Fort Worth. Just landing now on runway 13 right out of our sight. That is just like a 10-minute flight going, 10 or 15-minute flight going 17 or 18 miles between airports. And it's landed about as far away as you possibly can from where it's going here at DFW Airport. It's got to go all the way. It's landing all the way on the southwest side. It's got to go all the way to the northwest side for takeoff. As we saw that 767 go through the shot there. That was a UPS cargo going to Ontario, California, which will be taking off from here on the west side. As we say goodbye to Singapore Airlines cargo. Let's see if we still have the MD in sight. Did it already scoot? Yeah, it already scooted over to the east side. Made good time. We'll try to catch that tri-jet taking off. You know what I need? I need some water. Pardon me while I have a drink of water. Jethead wants to know what's the shortest commercial flight out of DFW. I'm going to guess it's either Waco or Wichita Falls. Both are in Texas. Doesn't take too long to get to either one of those places. They're less than a half-hour flight to each. Although if you take up the taxiing involved, it's probably longer than that.
Good evening, American 1974, 8 mile final 18 right.
And Max says, so beautiful to still see the Queen of the Skies flying. Unfortunately, the clock is ticking. Well, it ticks for all aircraft. And considering that that type of aircraft has been around for more than 50 years, that's quite an achievement, I would say. What we got coming here? We've got a Sun Country. So this Sun Country is going to Bullhead City. Bullhead City, of course, being in southwest Nevada. I don't think I've ever seen a flight go to Bullhead City. I don't know if this is scheduled or not, or if it's charter flight 8420 Sun Country. It's a 737-800. And that's a 14-year-old plane.
Runway Blaring, clear takeoff, 18 left, onboard 4205.
20 left, line of flight left 5.
Johnny Dodge says, oh no, the city is driving around with a mosquito sprayer singing in the back of a pickup. Apparently West Nile is oot and a boot. That's not good. Lou Radman. This is a bit of, well, it's a tremendously sad news. I lost my son to brain cancer in March. He was 26. He was the love of my life and an avid Dallas Cowboys fan. Matter of fact, my whole family is. We're going on a vacation in early November. Well, Lou, our thoughts are with you, and I'm sure with the rest of the Runway DFW family here. That is, just impossible for people who haven't been through anything like that to even comprehend. So our best wishes to you.
4205, departure, see you.
This is the Alaska Airlines UNCF livery. Got another UPS 767, which is unparking itself here. Flight 773 going to Louisville. That is it there. And we're going to flip over here because its cousin is about to take off.
Convoy 3607. Runway 4319, visual 18 right.
So that flight's going to Ontario, California, flight 761 UPS.
Point 65, 778. Cross lane left, short 18 right, 014.
Okay, so we've got the MD-11 about to take off from the east side. So we can set up for that, and right behind it, it looks like Turkish flight 192 going to Istanbul. That'll be a Dreamliner. Going through your shot there. American 2024 coming in from Los Angeles. But our eyes are now going to be fixated on the MD-11 going up into the sky. Our second of two tonight. And it is now rolling down runway 17 right. So look for it rising from behind the terminals. There it is.
William Shorty, United American 2024. Point about the American 2024.
A little fuzzy because it's very far away, and we've had to zoom in as much as we can, both optically and digitally, to bring you this shot. Off to the races in Louisville. It's, I think it's about time that we give a salute to our Runway DFW members. We do this by showing you their names across the bottom of the screen. So let me find our musical accompaniment.
18 left line, wake good evening, American 71.
So yeah, we're going to say thank you to all our members, and our list, as always, starts with the one and only James Webb. Not the telescope guy, the aviation aficionado who has been very kind to us in terms of contributions, and he's the official sponsor of Runway DFW. So thank you so much once again to our friend James Webb. We will start our list, as always, with our Quad Jet channel members, the highest level of membership, $9.99 a month. And I thank each of you coming up here, no matter what level you're at. This list was secured from a mayonnaise jar on the porch of Funkin' Wagnalls at noon today. So here we go with our list. What happened to it? You know what? Our Quad Jet members disappeared. So we'll show you the Tri-Jet members. I'm going to try to get this working again so you can see the Quad Jet members later on, but they seem to be absent from our list. Grr.
Whatever parts you have going, American 77. Short 1 and left to Gulf 8, envoy 43 next. RNAV B Park, clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 2666. Envoy 18 left, American 2567.
Well, I honestly don't know what happened to our list. It usually works just perfectly, but tonight something happened. So maybe the Quad Jet members will appear later on. And if they don't, my sincere apologies for that. We'll get it straightened out before our next broadcast, which will not be until our regularly scheduled broadcast will not be until a week from Monday, is what I'm thinking. So, we'll get back to our regular broadcasting as the rest of our members appear on the screen. We're coming up on the 10 o'clock hour here at Founders Plaza at DFW Airport, when we shall see all manner of big jets going out.
18 left, American 11. Back 2666, switch your connection.
We're looking for a plane, looking for a plane, looking for a plane. I think I missed it. There it is. Hard to see these things sometimes at night. Ken Schmidt quipping that perhaps the Quadjet members list is still in the mayonnaise jar on Funk and Wagnall's porch. No, I did secure it. I promise.
18 left, clear for takeoff, RNAV to B Park, American 1110. Okay, line up and wait, 18 left, American 3097. Depart, very nice.
So anyway, I think I started saying something and I got sidetracked. The 11 o'clock hour, or the 10 o'clock hour here, we generally see these big four jets going out internationally. Qantas, Qatar, Fiji, and Cathay Pacific. So I hope you can stick with us for that. That was American Flight 1110 going out to Bakersfield, California, an Airbus A320. American Flight 3097 is on the screen there in front of us. It's going making a short trip to San Antonio, Texas. It's an Airbus A321.
I think you said go with 6267, 18 left, line up and wait. You're good, line up and wait.
Left, line up for white, envoy 4173. Long, American 3097.
Michael Allen, who's a channel member, says Qantas A380 departed Sydney to Dallas. Yes, we will not be here for its arrival. It'll get here about, probably about 14 hours from now, something like that. It gets in around, scheduled to get in around noon. I was talking with Cloudy, who is our official passenger aboard the A380 from Sydney. She made that inaugural flight. Well, it wasn't quite an inaugural flight on a Monday because the Qantas A380 had been here before, but not in 5 years. So it's kind of like the re-inaugural flight. I don't know what you would call it. But she was in first class on that flight. And I asked her if she could stop by and talk about it, and she couldn't do it tonight, but perhaps one of these nights when we are here, when that plane is coming in for a landing, we can pick her brain about it. Because if you look at her Instagram page, which is AA Pilot Wife,
Departure Envoy 4173.
she's got a lot of pictures and documentation of her whirlwind trip to Sydney. It was quite a cool thing. Larry Hawkins, channel member, says, you ever watch the AVL cams on top of H Hotel when you get to the time? I do. And as I told Kevin once after he started that, I said it's kind of like a water cooler here on YouTube for people who like plane spotting, because it's there all the time with chat rooms open on the now it's on the Airline Videos Plus channel. So yeah, I do look at it, and it's quite a remarkable feat. Kevin's to be applauded for that service to the aviation community. 2 cameras up on top of the H Hotel. Oh, I think there's more than 2 actually altogether. American Flight 1832 arriving from Denver, an Airbus A321neo is next on our docket. I know you don't see it yet. It's getting here.
Well, that's off by American 1483.
Gonna look down here towards Terminal D, the international terminal, and we will see there the tail of the Cathay Pacific A350-1000, which will be making its way back to Hong Kong. Should be in about an hour from now.
One A right, cross, Charlie to the ramp, American Local 7 leaving Mike Heavy, ciao.
So let me check the departure board here.
Over departure Envoy 3335.
We've got a UPS A300 going to Chicago. Scheduled to go out at 10:23. We've got another UPS 767 to go to Louisville, 10:26. And just for reference, it's 9:54 right now. That Singapore Airlines cargo that came in not too long ago is scheduled to go to Brussels at 10:25. That's a 747. So we'll see if that happens. I don't know about that. It seems like a very quick turnaround. And I'm looking for these other planes that are supposed to go out. Qantas to Sydney. Today it's operated by a Dreamliner -9. Scheduled to go out at 10:40 p.m. So less than an hour from now. Fiji going to Nadi. That's been pushed back to 11:18, and then Qatar to Doha pushed back to 11:16. So those 2 A350s going out after 11 o'clock tonight. So that is the and Cathay Pacific to Hong Kong. Let's see what it says here. 10:55. Okay. So we don't have, we just have 1 hour to wait until that Cathay Pacific fires up and heads out.
Cross 1 left, cross 1 right, Charlie, ramp, local 184.
So we've gone through our list of Runway DFW members there. And again, I wasn't looking at it the whole time. I don't know if we got to the Quad Jet channel members. I'll have to troubleshoot that, but thank you again. Can I read off the members of the... I can. Hang on a second. That's not what I wanted. Because I usually read off the names of our Quad Jet channel members, what I'm going to do is to read them to you, because I can do that. So a special thanks to our Runway DFW Quad Jet members. You can now watch me reading these names from the screen. Again, this is as of noon today. 757 Chip, Airplanes FRA, Alan J, Alaska Plane Spotter, Angela Smith, who was here earlier to say hello to us. In fact, she was the one who let us know that the Atlas Air passenger plane was coming in. So thank you again to Angela Smith for that. Anna the Dispatcher, who's been with us tonight. Beaker and Honeydew also with us tonight. These are our Quad Jet members. Bev A, Brian D, Chuck TX Hay, Cloudy Sayers, our newest Quad Jet member. Thank you, Cloudy. Cubs Win, Darren Sorello, David Rutherford, Drone Oki, Dwayne C, Hagler 17, HD Kraut, James Webb, John Lipman, Josh Aldrich, Kai, Kirby Brooks Sr., KS Avgeek, Lori M, Michael Flannery, Michael Schwarzkopf, Michelle RS, Mike G, Netgear, Only Planes Network, Patrick Wooters, Paul 1188, Pete Nordine, Payathon, Raina Taylor, S35 Bonanza Pilot, Sarah Deal, Skittles, Steve Lundaby, Texas Girl, The Grinch, TNT Oh My, and Will Hutchison. Those are our Quad Jet channel members, and I apologize that we didn't get your names all up there on the screen tonight, but I do appreciate each of you, as well as our other members, as well as our subscribers, and as well as if you just happen to be looking at us tonight. I hope you'll tell your friends. Who's here? Well, look, it's Texas Girl right over here. What?
See what I brought?
Oh! Well, we're going to take a look at what Texas Girl has brought us. You're double parked there, I think.
I know. That's why I
Okay. All right, let me swing this camera around here so we can get a look at...
Yeah, that's what I'm driving.
That's what you're driving. Now, I haven't switched over to it yet, so hold on. I got to get through here.
Yeah, brother.
So there's Texas Girl, and there's what she's driving. There's her ride tonight. It's an Ash limousine? Ash limousine. That's the biggest limousine I've ever seen.
Ash limousine. Did you want to go look in it?
I better not.
Okay.
But thank you.
Yeah. I just stopped by real quick. I gotta head back to base. I'm done.
Okay.
So,
Where have you been? Can you say?
The Gaylord.
The Gaylord. Okay, that's a big hotel right just about 5 minutes away from here. Okay, well, thank you for coming out and showing that to us. There she goes, Texas Girl, off to her gigantic limousine. She's a driver, the operator. That is so cool. Unexpected.
American 1943, visual.
That looks like a nice ride.
Quarter right, clear to land, American 1943.
There she goes. With a honk. I not drive anything that big.
RNF land runway 18 left, clear for takeoff, runway 3588.
Well, we lost focus on that, but well, thanks to Texas Girl. That's pretty cool of her to
Alright, over departure break 1430, you two Bob.
let us take a look at that. Get our camera realigned here for our regular programming. You just never know what you're going to see here on Runway DFW, do you? I think we got us a Delta, if I can get everything unlocked here.
18 left, line up on window, Oregon 2401, good evening. Departure runway 3588.
Did that bounce once before it touched down? I couldn't tell. Delta coming in from Minneapolis, St. Paul on an Airbus A320 flight 2967.
28 right, clear to land, runway 41.
It's an oldie,
1992.
and we didn't have quite enough volume from our chorus there. Can you try that again?
1992.
That was a little too much volume, but okay. 33-year-old Airbus A320. So, 747, a bus, we've got it all. Ken Schmidt, one of our mods and channel members, that bus is so cool, not to be confused with school bus. No, you would not confuse that with a school bus. Not in any lifetime. Got an American Airlines plane now rolling down 18 left, going to Tampa, Florida. It's an American Airbus A319 coming in from McAllen, Texas.
Order departure 2401.
And it's just after, what, 10 o'clock? 10 o'clock here.
18 left, line up on weight American 2063.
This is Runway DFW After Dark.
Thank you so much, Warren, our announcer, for that. The 10 o'clock hour here at Runway DFW. We got some, between now and 11:30 for the next 90 minutes, we will have some big jets, some of the biggest jets we see here. We will see the two A350-1000s from Qatar and Cathay Pacific. We will see a Dreamliner Dash 9 from Qantas going to Sydney, and we will see the A350-900 operated by Fiji Airways going to Nadi. All coming up in the next 90 minutes here on Runway DFW. That's right, O'Malley. It's Waz Radio, who we know as Warren. Well, we know him as, I think you know him as Waz Radio, most of our viewers do. His name is Warren, and he does a radio program talking about terrestrial radio in Sydney, Australia.
Left, American 2190.
And he was kind enough to say yes when I asked him to do this, and he didn't even ask for, I certainly offered to pay him. He said, no, I'll just do that. So thanks so much, Warren.
Alpha cross 20 left, ground 65, top of the
Beto
bridge.
Basilio checking in from Little Rock, Arkansas. Here's the current METAR from Woot Doctor. Thank you for that.
Top cross 18 left, ground 5 of the bridge, thank you.
I guess I should tell you what we're looking at. We're looking at the rear end of an Airbus A300. Flight 755, it's going to Chicago Rockford International Airport. And yes, because its nose is pointed away from us, that means it will be most likely going over to the east side for takeoff.
On nav lane, clear for takeoff 18 left, American 2190.
So American Airlines Flight 2190 going to Silao in Mexico. It's an Airbus A319. I think it's coming into our view. There it is. I believe I did see there the Iberia A330, which will be starting its trip to Madrid. See if we can get another look at that.
Good night, American 2190.
Flight 364, an Airbus A330-300 going to Madrid. Scheduled to leave at 9:45, so it's a few minutes behind the appointed time. And yes, behind it is the rapidly constructed, well, not rapidly constructed, but is rapidly put together Terminal F, which we've talked about earlier tonight. Terminal F, which will eventually have 31 gates serving American Airlines planes exclusively. There goes that A300 beginning its trek over to the east side. And yeah, some viewer mentioned this earlier. If the pilots had their druthers, and if the airline had their druthers, they'd probably just be cool if they could just roll right over to 18 right, which is the closest runway, and just take off from there. But this is going again to Chicago. And 18 right, which is just crossing over now. You could just make a right turn and take off from there. But because of the patterns that have been established, the controllers have said, yeah, you're going to not take off from there. I have seen that happen before, but it's usually at kind of after hours when there's nothing else going on. We are in receipt of a $300 super chat from channel sponsor and Quadjet channel member James Webb. James, let me speak to camera. James, thank you so much for another incredible contribution to Runway DFW. Thank you so much for this, for everything you've done for the channel, and for being our ongoing sponsor. It means a lot, and I think our viewers can see some of what you've been able to help us secure in terms of equipment. So thanks again to Mr. Webb. Not the telescope guy. Christian Legau says, hey Walt, what is that plane in the background with a red star on its tail? Well, let's see if I can see what you are looking at here. Well, I don't know if you're talking about this plane, which is now going through there. That's the Canadian Maple Leaf, so maybe that's what you were looking at. It's Air Canada flight 1071. It is going to Montreal, and it's headed over to the east side for that. No, it came in from Montreal, and it's parking itself over there at Terminal D. And there, once again, in the center of the shot, the towering tail of the A350-1000 operated by Cathay Pacific, which we'll see go out in the next hour or so. The exodus from UPS continues. (767) Flight 793 going to Louisville. Now see, this is going to Louisville, but yet it is lining up to take off here on the west side, so you just never know. We've got Skittles saying hello. Skittles, a Quadjet member and a good friend of the channel. I can't remember if you're going to be at Cranky Dork Fest weekend or not, Skittles. I hope you are next month. Dale Helton's got to say goodnight. He is a channel member. We will see you next time, and thank you for watching, Dale. The Random Spotter has entered the chat. Hello, Luke. Good to see you. I know I will see him next month at Cranky Dork Fest weekend. And his family, I think. Beve noting, we mentioned this before. Hello, Beve. She's one of our mods, as is Luke the Random Spotter. Air Canada flight attendants soon to be on strike. Flights are already being canceled. Yeah, I made note of that earlier when we saw an Air Canada flight coming in. And it might be among the last we see here for a while. From what I read, well, negotiations have not gone well between the flight attendants and the airline, and it's Air Canada who I understand is going to lock out the flight attendants, and of course without flight attendants you can't really fly around. So, and it could take a while to restart the airline, because there's a lot of pieces that got to get into place once things get settled, which we trust they will eventually. So Super 80 Adrian, one of our channel members, truly awesome support from James Webb. That is that cannot be questioned. Freddie Aguilar saying, seeing us from Venezuela. Hello, Freddie. We're so happy you could join us for this. And again, you're looking at a 767 going to Louisville. This is a 6-year-old 767-300 freighter. It has now been disconnected from the tug, and it's getting ready to turn on its headlight to blind us with. There it goes. Yes. I can't see. We can see again now.
DFW Tower, EPS 793 Heavy. You were holding short of 18 right. Can you confirm we're cleared across 18 right? On whiskey Fox. Cleared across runway 18 right on whiskey Fox. Hold short of 18 left. EPS 793 Heavy. We're ready for reaching.
Getting very windy here all of a sudden. Well, it's been windy the whole evening, but seemed to have picked up a gust there. So the wind is coming out of the south, pretty much. 11 knots, 13 miles an hour, 20 kilometers per hour. Down to 90 degrees Fahrenheit, 32 degrees Celsius. So I think it was like 93 when we got here, so it's a slow cool down. Although I think we have a heat warning for tomorrow. So I think there's an American Airlines Airbus A319 over there on 18 left, getting ready to take off to San Luis Potosí in Mexico.
On land, runway 18 left, clear takeoff, American 861.
American Flight 861. It is a turn of the century Airbus A321, or I'm sorry, A319. Christian Legao says, did I put that up? Do you think pilots know the people watching from Founders Plaza? I'm sure they do. But, you know, they've got, as I've said before, I think they have better things to do than to worry about who might or might not be watching them from Founders Plaza. I think we may have had some gifted memberships. I will take a look at that presently. Because I heard a lot of our alert bells going off. Muy buenas noches as you head off to San Luis Potosí. So let's see here. We've got well, this is 767 going to Louisville. Yeah, I looked at our chat and I didn't see any gifted memberships. I wasn't sure if those are new subscribers digging in or if those are new members. I'll have to check.
Cross 20 left, 18 right, Charlie ramp, American local 173, good night, sir.
So you know what we've got now over at UPS Regional Headquarters.
18 right, clear line, 663.
We just have one plane left. Just one. And the dispatcher checking back in. We were getting ready for bed, and our old lady cat decided to kind of make a mess under the bed. And then our old lady, and then so we had to take the mattress off the frame and clean it up too. You know, you have a cat. Anybody who's had a cat is familiar with situations like that. I'm so sorry. I hope your kitty's okay. Uncle Plane Guy saying hello from Indianapolis, letting us know that Southwest has added Los Cabos to its flight schedules. Thank you for that. Skittles telling the random spotter about her new job. Hello, Skittles. Always happy to see you.
Give it a tower, good evening, American 777 ILS 20 right.
And Beve saying, thank you, Beve, letting me know that those little alerts were new subscribers. So thank you to our new subscribers. We welcome you. And I hope you'll be joining us on a regular basis. Well, you subscribed on the eve of a Runway DFW hiatus. And as I was saying earlier, and I know not everybody listens to the whole show, that our channel will be quiet for about a week, a little more than a week. We'll be taking a mental health break for this weekend, the next weekend, and the week in between. But we do want to make sure that our members know that we may have some special content for you during that time period. So our advice, if you're a member, or even if you're not, to keep your notification bells engaged. It's Airbus A321 going to San Diego, California. Looks like 2568, I think. And if you're hankering for some DFW action while we're away, I invite you to check out the 2 channels here on YouTube. OZ Gaming 9, who does live streams from here. A very nice young man. And then there's Metal Birds Aviation, another channel, which only recently started doing live streaming from here at DFW. So they'll be supplying streams from here, I would guess, in my absence. There's Seth again, Seth Rubalcaba. Day 2 of thanking me for keeping me company as I study late nights. Have an essay to apply to the National Honor Society that I have to write, so I hope I can finish by the end of the stream. Well, I hope you get there. As I recall, I was inducted into the National Honor Society in high school. Not to brag, but at one time I was smart. American Flight 777 is coming in from Las Vegas. 777, you would think, oh, it's operated by a 777. But no, it is operated by an Airbus A321. But I think that 777 is more of a reference to the luck of, you know, those numbers on a pinball machine, not pinball, slot machine. I think that's good if you get 777s on a slot machine. Want to get up, go ahead with an endorsement for the streaming of OZ Gaming 9. Local plane guy, also a fan, so yeah. Drew's Shoes, Brews, and Booze. One of the more interesting screen names. Funny, watching from Las Vegas. American 884 is going to Las Vegas. I don't know what significance, if any, the numbers 884 have when it comes to wagering. It's an Airbus A321 making the turn on 18 left, runway 18 left. And we are still waiting for the big planes of the hour. We should start seeing them in this half hour. It's 10:30 now here in the Central Time Zone. And I don't know what order we will see them in tonight, but Cathay Pacific A350-1000, Qatar A350-1000, we've got Fiji A350-900, and Qantas 7879 Dreamliner. American Airlines Flight 2993 to Salt Lake City, an Airbus A321 is now in the lineup.
over departure, we'll see you.
Fantastic, says Qantas Flight 8. Was a full ship tonight. So as you may have noticed, things are slowing down a bit here at the big airport. I see, let's see here. Nothing much on the way in. We've got a United Express coming in from Houston Intercontinental, but I think it's going to come in on the east side. See if we have any activity down at Terminal D. So there in the center of your frame is the tail of the Cathay Pacific A350-1000. See if we can get some updates here on what's going out and when. The Qantas flight to Sydney is on the clock here for 10:40 departure. That's Qantas Flight 8. Fiji going to Nadi, pushed back about 30 minutes. It was scheduled at 10:50 p.m., going out at 11:18 is the estimation. And right around that same time, the Qatar flight to Doha, an A350-1000. And anything else? Oh, Cathay Pacific to Hong Kong, A350-1000 is looks to be on time to leave at 10:55. So in the next few minutes, we'll be seeing some activity down there.
Arnett Blair and 1A left, clear for takeoff on Boeing 4056.
American Eagle 4056 4056 to Lubbock, Texas is making the turn.
Tower American 47, runway 18 right. Clear land 18 right, American 47.
It's an Embraer 175. There's another Embraer 175 right behind this one, which will be going to another Texas destination, Harlingen, Texas.
Left, line up and way envoy 3344. Arnav Blair, 1A left, clear for takeoff.
Freddie Aguilar inquiring as to our next live presentation. And I don't have a firm time for it, but I believe it's going to be a week from Monday, as your host is going to take a little mental health break next week. So we will not have a Saturday show this Saturday or the Saturday after that. And we will not have any weeknight or weekday shows next week. But we'll be back the week after that. And as you can see here, look at that. We got the condiment livery of DHL going to Cincinnati. If we're lucky, it'll take off from the short T over here on the west side. This is ABX Air Flight 102, operated on behalf of DHL. It's a 767-300 ER.
Cross 18 left and contact to
1990.
And that there's a 35-and-a-half-year-old plane.
Have a good night.
And it looks like it's crossing over 18 left. So it will be on its way to the east side. Not what we were hoping for. That's 737-800 coming in from Bozeman, Montana. Flight 947, American Airlines.
Runway 18 left, line up weight, envoy 3589.
Flight 3589 to Laredo, an Embraer 170.
American 947, clear across runway 18 left, Golf 8, ground on the side.
Is what we got here. Hey, there's Vince, Las Vegas channel member. Hello, Vince. So glad to see you anytime we can. Had to pause to get some hydration there. There's the Embraer 170.
RNAV to Laren, runway 18 left, clear takeoff, runway 3589.
Boy 46 bound.
Pammy J. Good day from the land down under. Very cold, windy, 50 degrees. Watching from the big girls flying into Melbourne Airport. It's bumpy up top too. Enjoy your break. Thank you so much. I think I will enjoy a little break. I mean, I love doing this. But, you know, every now and again, gotta pull back a little bit.
Departure grade 9, by 3589.
Johnny Dodge, channel member, says, Walt, it was nice to see your interview with the Dallas Morning News for the Flying Roo A380. Yeah, it was, you know what, on the way back from, this was, of course, the article was about people coming to watch the A380's return to DFW Airport. And I got interviewed as part of their article. And, you know, I looked at it online. I have a subscription, an online subscription to the Dallas Morning News, but it was behind a paywall, so I couldn't really put out a link for everybody to see it. So I thought, well, on my way home Tuesday night, because it was published in Tuesday's paper, I said, I'll go pick up a copy of that just for, you know, my archives. And so I went to a convenience. I looked up ahead of time where you can get the Dallas Morning News in the printed format, because there's not that many places to get it anymore. It used to be you could get it at a Starbucks, but Starbucks stopped selling newspapers a couple of years ago now, I think. They used to offer the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times and the local paper here. So I found out I could pick it up at a racetrack convenience store. So I thought, well, I'll get it on the way back. So I saw it in the rack, and it wasn't sold out. Even though I was in it, it wasn't sold out. So I thought, well, I'll get a copy. I thought, well, maybe I'll get two, but no, I just got one. Then I went to check out. It was one of these things where you scan the what you're buying at the register. It's a self-checkout. And I was very surprised, because you know what? I hadn't purchased a physical newspaper in quite some time.
And Tower Bravo 3349, just to confirm you want a 190 heading on this?
So, now I'm going to have a guessing game with you. How much do you think a Tuesday edition of the Dallas Morning News cost? How much do you think that cost in US dollars? Or cents? I kind of gave it away there, didn't I? Because I think when I started working for the company that owned the Dallas Morning News, and that would have been in like 1981, I think the paper at that time cost either 25 cents or 50 cents for an issue. And you would expect over the course of time it would have gone up a little bit. Let's see, do we have any answers? Ken Schmidt says $7.50. Boot Doctor says 45 cents. Carlos Garcia, $4. Planes Everywhere, $2.50. Deeg, $3.75. Vince Las Vegas, $4.75. I'm going to tell you, nobody's guessed it yet. Eleanor Rebar, 50 cents. Phil G, $5. Jack Murphy, 99 cents. The Random Spotter, $4. Teresa says $3.50 or $5.50. Wood Doctor a little bit high at $9.99. Grumpy Forster $1.50. Well, the closest, well, the actual price without going over. So I think Johnny Dodge would have won on The Price is Right. It's $4.99 because he says he bought one. Well, thank you. Look at the circulation boost that we've given the Dallas Morning News. Yeah, $4.99. And I looked at it and I thought, wait a minute, did this ring up as a Sunday paper? Because I thought, well, maybe the Sunday paper would be $4.99, but the Tuesday paper? But yeah, $4.99. So I purchased my little piece of history for $4.99.
Departure on 3349.
Flight 3431 going to College Station, Texas. That's a number 175, American Eagle. And I was trying to think, who buys newspapers anymore? You know, I guess if you're at an airport and your plane doesn't have Wi-Fi, maybe you would buy a newspaper. I mean, it used to be you would buy them maybe for the sports section or for the classifieds. Of course, there's no more classifieds in the paper. In fact, the paper was so thin, I thought I didn't, you know, get it all. But yeah, it's kind of sad. I mean, I remember when the Sunday paper was like this huge pile of wood pulp. And I think it was on Wednesdays where was the edition with all the coupons in it for the supermarkets. But yeah, things have changed. I would like to thank Emery Yurchis for another $2 super chat. Yay, my airport. I live in College Station. Well, there you go, Emery. Oh, and Johnny says, I bought the paper for knowing me. Well, thank you so much. Ron C says, I used to buy a Sunday paper, but that was like 10 years ago. I used to love buying the New York Times on Sundays, even though I live in Texas. They published, you know, they would print it regionally. So they'd print an edition for, didn't have much, I don't think it had much of any Texas-specific content in it, but just so much great reading. And again, you didn't need a computer, you didn't need an iPad, you didn't need a Kindle. This is a CRJ 701ER, American Eagle 4956. And that is going to San Angelo, Texas. And we have American Flight 633 coming in from Phoenix. This will be an Airbus A321. As we await the big 4 aircraft, and according to the flight schedule, we may also see Singapore Airlines cargo turn around and head out. And you're just with another $2 super chat. Thank you again. Where's that CRJ going to? That was going to San Angelo, Texas. Woot Doctor says the comics were more fun in color. I remember as a kid, that was where a kid would first turn. I cut off that. Plane going over to the hangar. And speaking of hangar, we're hanging in there with you on this Thursday night. We're approaching the 11 o'clock hour when things will start happening, I hope. I do see American Flight 78 has now lit up on the radar. It is going to London on a 777-300ER. I think that's it pushing back there in the foreground. We say hello to Mike S. Vince Las Vegas. Still enjoy a nice, freshly printed copy of a magazine, particularly for flights. It wasn't that long ago that American Airlines, the big airline here at this airport, ceased publication of its in-flight magazine. I don't know how many airlines still have one of those, but it was a pretty good magazine. I'm trying to remember what it was called. It wasn't called Advantage, I don't think. But yeah, it was a good magazine. They always had good articles and some puzzles in the back, and I always loved looking at the maps of the domestic and international routes. Our motor coach operator, Texas Girl, has just made it home. Hello, Texas Girl. Again, thanks again for stopping by and showing us your coach. You'll have to go back and look at it on the replay. She drove this big motor coach in here, blocking all the traffic, just so you guys could get a look at it, and me. And Beve, hi, I sure did like your ride, Texas Girl. Ken Boschwich says, I used to window shop with Sky Magazine. And Michael Martin comes up with the name American Way. That was the in-flight magazine for American Airlines. Yeah, I missed that. Vince Las Vegas, American Way. The map and the fleet section was indeed the best. Ken Schmidt, channel member and moderator. Hawaiian Air still publishes Hanhu magazine. Not sure how long Alaska will keep it, though. Yeah, that's the question. Woot Doctor says, I flew this week and noticed some people reading the safety card. Well, I guess that's one incentive to read the safety card. Not having anything else to read. You know, I remember having the ability to download like a daily newspaper content to my Kindle before a flight. So, you know, this was before flights had Wi-Fi, and I don't think that's an option anymore. Although I've got a bunch of magazines I can look at on my iPad that are downloaded in kind of magazine format. Eleanor Rebar says Delta stopped printing their in-flight magazine years ago. I miss browsing the Sky Mall catalog on their flights as well. Yeah, you're kind of a captive audience there. Headed out now to Ontario, California, in Airbus A321 American Airlines flight 1759. There it goes. To sunny California. I remember feeling very lucky if you had a flight out, I guess, at the end of the month, and then the return flight was technically the next month, and so you would get two different copies of the in-flight magazine. I think at one time American Way may have come out bi-weekly. I'm not sure about that, but I thought it was... I don't know. Emery Yurtis says, thank you for that $2 super chat. United was the last U.S. airline to get rid of their in-flight magazine. Well, somebody mentioned a moment ago, I guess Hawaiian still has her, but I guess if you're talking about the big three airlines. American Eagle 3466 to Amarillo, Texas is an Embraer 175 about to roll quickly down 18 left.
Right, American 2385.
Well, you're watching the extended edition of Runway DFW on this Thursday night. It's extended because we started early. We started about 30 minutes early to capture the something that we don't see every day here, a passenger 747-400. This was a charter flight operated by Atlas Air, bringing in the Baltimore Ravens football team to play a game against the Dallas Cowboys this weekend. On Saturday, I think somebody said. So that was a sight to see, but it was coming in right after 6 p.m. or right after 7 p.m., when we weren't scheduled to be on the air, so we raced to get everything ready. And we managed to get one camera up and running in time to show you that. But then we had to kind of go into standby mode because I had to set up all the rest of our gear, which had not been done. Here comes American Flight 78 going to London Heathrow. Once again, it's an it's a 777-300ER. And I'm going to say 8 times out of 10 we do not get to see it take off from over here on the west side, but we can hope, can't we? There's Terminal D, and behind the plane, and then behind that is the Grand Hyatt Hotel. Texas Aircraft Fan says it's their 26th birthday. 26th birthday. I wonder what we might do. I know what we can do.
Happy birthday to you.
So, Texas Aircraft Fan, we say happy birthday to you, and to anybody else who's got a birthday today, tomorrow, this week, this month. Happy birthday from Runway DFW.
work with you, and that plane does 23.
Happy birthday. So we're still looking out here at American Flight 78, and it's either going to make a right-hand turn very quickly to go over the bridge, which I think it is doing. Sad to say. Be nice to see a 777 take off here right in front of us. And there it is, making the big turn to go over the bridge for an east side departure. Well, we will get to see Qantas, Fiji, and Cathay Pacific take off from over here. And we'll get to see this as well. It's Flight 1487. It's going to Seattle in Airbus A321 here on Runway DFW. Frontier flight coming in. We weren't there in time to catch its tail. Coming in from Las Vegas, Flight 3978, an Airbus A321neo, with Quinn, the Great Curacao, on the tail.
Departure on 1470. Line up away 18 left, American 1607.
Alright, now Whiskey Lima across runway 18 left, and then Foxtrot Alpha.
Texas Girl says, yesterday I was taking a group somewhere when right next to me the Qantas, the double-decker, the A380 was coming in to the left of me. I saw it dancing in my seat. That was so beautiful. It is a mighty aircraft. All right, headed out to El Paso, Texas. American Flight 1607, 737-800. I need a sip of refreshment here.
RNAV we're cleared. Forward take 18 left, American 1607.
Line away 18 left, American 446.
And you see those flashing lights. I think they're usually after 11 o'clock at some point. They close down runway 18 left, which is where these planes are taking off. I've been here late enough packing up to see the stragglers taking off from 18 right, which is normally the landing runway. And you may have seen there sneaking up on us the Fiji Airways A350-900, which is now taxiing to take off for Nadi International Airport. Not to be confused with naughty. We're talking Nadi, N-A-D-I. American Flight 446 to San Francisco is on the move. It's an Airbus A321.
Departure American 1607.
And there's the Fiji plane.
Cross 18 left, hold short 18 right, envoy local 253.
Here comes Fiji. It's flight 891 to the aforementioned Nadi Airport. This is a 5-year-old A350-900.
446, have a good night.
And it's about to embark on a 6,600-mile journey to the islands.
RNAV line American 1599. Thank you.
You would expect that flight to take about 12 and a half hours. Fiji fired up flights to DFW a few months ago, and if you're so inclined, you can make connections at Nadi for other destinations in the region, in New Zealand and Australia, and
left, line up and away, envoy 35.
some other far eastern ports of call.
Cross 18 right to the ramp, envoy local 253.
For departure 1599, thank you. Clear for takeoff 18 left after departure, RNAV Laren for envoy 3533.
So it looks like this this aircraft will be next.
Echo Alpha, hold short 18 left, next 23.
Line up straight 19 left, PG89, G1 heavy. 38, 91 heavy.
Go to departure, runway 3533, good night.
DFW American 7577, coming up on leg 336 right. Wind 18 right, 2577. Hey, today, close this runway every night about 11:30.
So there's the first of our wide bodies to lift off in this hour. We still have this one,
891, have a good night.
Qantas Flight 8.
Craft 20 left at Alpha,
And we have Cathay Pacific Flight 875, a A350-1000. Well, we got two A350-1000s in this shot. There's the Cathay on the left, the Qatar on the right. Chances are Qatar will go over to the east side for takeoff, but we've been fooled before. And once again, I will be traveling on Cathay Pacific next month when I return from our Runway DFW visit, which has now become an annual thing, to South Korea. So I'm going to take Cathay Pacific by way of Hong Kong from Seoul. Have a few hours of layover in Hong Kong. Hope to bring you some sort of a live broadcast from Hong Kong, just to say that I've done it, because I've never been there before. So we'll take an A330 from Seoul to Hong Kong, and an A3, this aircraft, the A350-1000 from Hong Kong to DFW. Very exciting. Never been on either one of those planes before. Never been on Cathay Pacific. I hear good things, so we'll see how it goes. And you will come along for the ride, won't you? I hope you will. As I delineated before, next month we've got a busy Runway DFW schedule. In addition to the broadcasts we'll be doing from here, we will be going to Los Angeles on the 12th of September. That's a Friday. We'll be there the 12th, 13th, and 14th through Sunday. Late Sunday night we'll be leaving on another plane I've never been on, 747, Korean Air 747 Intercontinental to Seoul. And then when we get to Seoul, we'll do a couple days, I think 3 days of streaming, if all goes well, from Incheon Airport. We will change our base of operations there to Seoul itself. We hope to scoot on over to the other airport in Seoul. Why do I always forget that name of that? It's got an unusual name. But yeah, we were there last year once, and we'll try that again this year. So lots of good stuff for you, and plus we'll be doing some Runway DFW at large segments, which don't necessarily have anything to do with broadcast with aircraft, but just kind of give you the flavor of what it's like to be an American in a foreign country. So a little appetizer before this plane goes out. We've got American Flight 2998 going to Las Vegas. And coming in, we've got American Flight 2577 from Santa Ana, California. They've got a lot of equipment out there, don't they? They're going to be closing down all the runways here on the west side. Because, what are they doing out there? Work! Jordan Ramsey, regrettably, I will not be at Founders Plaza next week. I'm sorry, I will miss you.
Cross 18 left on Whiskey Kilo.
Time for the old plane spotter to take a little mental health break.
Good departure, American 2998. Good night.
I can't even remember the last time I didn't do any broadcasts for a week since we started this little enterprise here, but I should put our channel members on notice that we may have something for you next week, once or twice, in terms of members only content. So I hope you will keep your notification alerts active. Flight to Hong Kong. It's about 8,100 miles. Takes about 15, is that right? Yeah, 15 and a half hours to get there. That's a long flight. It doesn't take quite as long coming back because of the jet stream, typically. The Qatar A350-1000 is going over to the east side for its departure. Alright, I don't see either the what do we got left? Qantas. Don't Don't see that on the radar yet. So some planes to take off though. Flight 662 to Denver, an Airbus A321neo is there on the left side of your screen.
RNFB Park 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 662.
18 left, line up and wait, envoy 3569.
Kai is a fan of the A350. Uncle Plane Guy wants to know if Chatstravaganza is coming up. Thank you for asking if Chatstravaganza is coming up. Yes, we will have Chatstravaganza. And for those of you in the dark about Chatstravaganza, well, it's pretty simple. I pack up, but I leave the cameras on and we play some music. So you can just chat amongst yourselves while I pack up. It's pretty much all it is. So you know what I think we're looking at here? It's American flight going to... No, that's not it. Well, maybe that is it.
RNFB Park, clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 1679.
So flight 1679 to Phoenix in the foreground, but the plane behind it, an Airbus A321 going to Los Angeles, and it's flight number
1999.
So that's not one that... Now I'm probably confusing you now, because we usually play that one to denote how old an aircraft is. That aircraft is from the year 2014, but it's flight 1999, so I couldn't resist.
Right left, clear for takeoff. Arrival air, American 98.
Unavoid American 2734. Departure American 1679, see ya.
American flight 2734 is going to Oklahoma City. This is a 737-800.
American 99, go to departure, good night.
So we could be just minutes away from the 18 left closing. Because it usually closes around 11:30. Although I guess that time could be variable.
Departure American 2734.
Now that was a plane that just took off for Oklahoma City, flight 2734.
Park 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 1458.
That was scheduled for 10:55, so it's running a little bit late. There's another American plane also going to Oklahoma City, which is the next out. That plane had been scheduled to leave at 9:12, so more than 2 hours late is that one. We've got a Frontier plane making the turn here. It is on its way to Las Vegas with Pike the Sea Otter illustrated on its tail. It's an Airbus A321neo.
18 left, line up, wait, go 45.
Guess we can't get any closer to Pike than that. We have a Delta plane coming in. Let's catch up with that. I'd be a little freaked out seeing all those flashing lights adjacent to the runway. If were I to be a pilot, that's probably one reason why I'm not a pilot. There's flight 420 coming from Los Angeles. An Airbus A320.
Line up and wait, runway 18 left, departure 85.
And do we still have that in sight, that plane?
Aloha, American 1458.
1992.
Now that's not the flight number, that's how old that plane is. 33 years, a third of a century old, still flying around.
Echo Alpha, what's your 18 left up?
Kai says, referring back to that Frontier plane, love Pike the Sea Otter, flew on that airplane a couple of years ago.
RNAV, B Park 18 left, clear for takeoff, departure 85.
And there is Pike.
One left, fine boy, American 711. Departure, Sky 6245.
Once again, this plane going to Las Vegas. I see Qantas Flight 8 now lit up on the radar. Running a little late tonight. So we shall watch Qantas take off, and then we'll segue into Chat Extravaganza, shall we? Got an Airbus A321 coming in from San Diego. And that was American Flight 2585. We have American Flight 711 going to Ontario. This will be a MAX 8, Ontario, California. flight 711.
Whiskey Kilo cross 18 west straight to the ramp at 124, American 2585.
Alright, let's see if we can find the Qantas flying roux. Well, it's going to be a little hard. We got some light pollution there. I don't see it yet, but it is on the radar, and it's headed back. It's headed out. Kind of winding things down here. Texas Girl says, "Hey Walt, what is your favorite time to fly, morning or at night?" I mean, you know, if I have a window seat, I like to look out the window, and there's not a lot you can see at night. So, but see, my flight to Seoul from LAX is going to leave around midnight, so not too much to see there. I don't have a window seat on that flight because I didn't want to get stuck in the window seat. Almaza said, "I'm going to miss Qantas." Sorry, everyone. Good night, y'all. Good night to you. Happy you could hang out with us. See Justice, do we have an aircraft emergency currently at DFW? Just pumping in, or just jumping in the stream? Well, you might get that idea from the amount of flashing lights that we have out there on the taxiways, but I think these are just construction vehicles that are, it looks like they're on the move here. Or at least one of them was. So yeah, I don't think there's anything, I mean, there's no emergencies here. Oh, is that? Is that the machine which cleans the tire residue from the runways? Can't remember what the name of it. Somebody in the chat will remember the name of that piece of equipment. We talked about it. It's been a month or two since we, so I think that's what it is, but I can't tell for sure. But yeah, if you've ever looked at an aerial view of runways, you can see where the planes come in for a landing because there's tire marks, and that rubber builds up, and they've got to eradicate it after a bit. So that may be what we've got going on there. Here, finally, is the Qantas flying roux, the Boeing 787 Dreamliner-9, about to embark on its journey to Sydney. Now you may be asking, well, why isn't this the A380? And the A380 doesn't operate on a daily basis currently. So on the days when it doesn't, we see the Dreamliner. But the Qantas A380 will return to a daily schedule coming up in January. Now you see all these vehicles on the move. So I think we may have 18 left closing. some sort of a sweeper truck. It's hard to imagine the number of vehicles that, in addition to aircraft, that you have to maintain working at an airport. Okay, there are those trucks. Can anybody read what it says on there? I know it's kind of a shaky shot. If only the wind would stop blowing.
RNAV B-Park 1 left here for takeoff.
So maybe we'll see the, be kind of cool to see the Qantas Dreamliner take off from right next to us here on 18 right. Could that be the case? I'm trying to find the Qantas plane now with my other camera. Yeah, I'm not having much luck. So there's a Spirit plane adjacent to the big X, which denotes a runway is closed. I don't think they've turned the X on yet. There's an Airbus A320neo off to Los Angeles. Spirit 2229.
Private Blair, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff. American 785.
See Qantas now entering this picture with Terminal D in the background. Key for Dog Spirit soon to be bankrupt. Well, it already has declared bankruptcy once, but in a financial statement this week, the company indicated that it may not be able to continue to be a concern, or may not continue to be able to operate. So now we do have runway 18 left closed, as denoted by that giant flashing X. So it looks like Qantas Flight 8 will either have to go over to the east side, or we'll cross over here to runway 18 right for takeoff, which would be nice. American Flight 2564 to Albuquerque, an Airbus A319 is moving through the shot there.
785,
Let's see what it does.
Yeah, ready to go, American 2561. Paper takeoff, RNAV B Park, American 2561.
Well, it's cleared for 18 left, so maybe it's 18 right that's closed. Peter Lyon, love watching your live streams at night, just subscribed. Hey, thank you so much. Here comes Qantas. There goes American. The time has come. The Spirit of Australia, the Flying Roo, Qantas Flight 8. Headed out. It's a 4-year-old Dreamliner. About to embark on an 8,500 plus mile trip. 16 hours and 11 minutes is the average flight time. Good day, mates. And so that's about gonna do it for us. And your host turns to the camera now and says, thank you for watching Runway DFW on this Thursday night. Once again, a programming note, we will be off the air next week. So we won't have our regular Saturday shows at either end of next week. Next time we're with you, I think, is going to be the next Monday. I think we'll try a Monday night stream a week from next Monday. An alert to our members, our channel members, if you're a member. Watch out for some messaging from us during next week. We may have some exclusive membership content for you coming up, so I hope that will be something you can look forward to. So at this time, I would like to thank our channel sponsor, James Webb, for your incredible support, including a big super chat tonight. Thank you so much, James. Thank you to our mods who have been just tremendous tonight. We get so many comments about people who really enjoy this stream, and I chalk that up to you, the mods, for making it such a nice place for our viewers to hang out and spend some time. So thank you to our mods. Thanks to our other members. Thanks to our subscribers. If you're a new subscriber, thanks for giving us a try. We hope we will make your subscription worthwhile. Subscription is free, so you don't have to pay anything. I think that's it. We're going to have Chat Extravaganza coming up next as soon as I set up our cameras to switch between one another. And then yours truly is going to take a little bit of a mental health break. And I'm looking forward to that, but I'm looking forward to coming back and seeing you again a week from next Monday for the next edition, next regularly scheduled edition. Did I say it? Regularly scheduled edition. That's hard to say if you say it fast. Of Runway DFW. Thanks for watching. Tip of the cap to all of you, and we'll see you soon back here at DFW Airport. Good night, everybody.
4 hits back to back.
It's me again. Hey, look up in the sky right there where my finger is pointing. There's the not quite half moon. Wait a minute. There it is. I can't zoom in on it, but there it is up in the sky. Well, I'm going to say goodnight to you now. And again, this is a good night for a little bit. We'll be off next week. We won't have a Saturday show. We won't have a Tuesday or Thursday show next week. And we won't have a Saturday show after this Saturday, but then we'll be back the next Monday for a little R&R. So thanks again for watching. Thanks for sticking with us for the chat extravaganza. I know it's not the most interesting program. It's not like seeing planes taking off and everything, but it's nice for you to keep me company while I pack things up. Not quite packed up yet, but we're getting there. So I hope to be out of here in about 10 or 15 minutes. So I think I'm out of words, as I usually am at this time of night, or morning, as the case may be, as it is now 12:16 in Central Time Zone. Thanks again for watching. We'll see you soon after a little hiatus on Runway DFW. A reminder to our members to keep your notifications on for next week. We may have something special for you. And until then, happy contrails to you until we meet again.
Acts and promotional consideration furnished by Pan American World Airways, the world's most experienced airline. Pan Am makes the going great. This is Dick Tufeld speaking.
This is Warren Barnett speaking for Runway DFW, a Runway DFW production, all rights reserved.